Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. कौन कीर्तन किया? मैं गाना शुरू किया। कौन बजा रहा है पता? Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Acha Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I'll say that. Hey, continue. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada ki Srila Prabhupada Vyas Puja Mahamotsav ki Nidai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol
प्रोग्राम का हिंदी अनुवाद भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती ठाकुर हरे कृष्णा। एक नम्र निवेदन है, इस प्रोग्राम का हिंदी अनुवाद भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती हॉल जो नीचे है वहाँ पर हो रहा है। भक्तगण जो हिंदी अनुवाद सुनना चाहते हैं वो कृपया करके भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती हॉल में आ जाएं। हरे कृष्ण।
हरे
श्रील प्रभुपाद की वैष्णव ठाकुर दयार सागर हे दासे करुणा खोरे दिया पद छाया शोध है अमार शोध है अमार दिया पद छाया शोध है अमार तुम्हार चरण धोरे तुम्हारा चरण धरे वैष्णव ठाकुर दयार सागर हे दासे करुणा को वैष्णव ठाकुर दयार सागर हे दासे करुणा करे दिया पद छाया शोध है अमार तुम्हार चरण धरे छाया बेगद में छाया दोष दे छाया गुण देह दास छाया सत्संग देह है बोसची संगीर आस्ते एकाकी आमा नहीं पाए हरि नाम संकीर्तन श्रद्धा बिंदु दिया तुम्हें कृपा करे श्रद्धा बिंदु दिया कृष्ण नाम धने देहो कृष्ण नाम धने देहो कृष्ण नाम धने देहो कृष्ण नाम धने कृष्ण से तुम कृष्ण दीते पार তোমার শক্তি আছে কৃষ্ণ সে তোমার কৃষ্ণ দিতে পার তোমার শক্তি আছে আমি তো कंगाल ওহে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর वैष्णव ठाकुर आमी तो गंगा कृष्ण कृष्ण बोली धाई तब पाछे पाछे आमी तो गंगा धाई तब पाछे पाछे वैष्णव ठाकुर दयार सागर हे दास करुणा को कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे वैष्णव ठाकुर दयार सागर हे दासे करुणा करे वैष्णव ठाकुर दयार सागर हे दासे करुणा करे श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय।
हरे कृष्ण। गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया। गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया करो ए दासे तृणपेक्षा अतिहीना कृपा गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया करो ए दासे तृणपेक्षा अतिहीना करो ए दासे तृणपेक्षा अतिहीना गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया करो ए दासे तृणपेक्षा अतिहीना गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया करो ए दासे তৃণাপেক্ষা সকল সহনে বল দিয়া কর নিজ মানে স্পৃহাহীন গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া করয়ে দাসে তৃণাপেক্ষা অতীন কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া সকল সম্মান করিতে সকতি দেহনাথ যথাযথ সকল সকলে সম্মান করিতে সকতি দেহনাথ যথাযথ সকলে তবে তো গাইব হরি নাম সুখে অপরাধ হবে হত তবে গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া করই দাসে তৃণাপেক্ষা অতিহীন গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া করই দাসে তৃণাপেক্ষা অতিহীন কবে হেন কৃপা লভিয়ায় জন কৃতার্থ হইবে নাথ কবে কৃতার্থ হইবে নাথ কবে হেন কৃপা লভিয়ায় জন কৃতার্থ হইবে নাথ শক্তি বুদ্ধিহীন আমি অতি দীন কর মোরে আত্মসাথ শক্তি বুদ্ধিহীন আমি অতি দীন কর মোরে আত্মসাথ গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া করই দাসে তৃণাপেক্ষা অতিহীন কৃপা যোগ্যতা বিচারে কিছু নাহি পায় তোমার করুণা সার যোগ্যতা বিচারে কিছু নাহি পায় অযোগ্যতা বিচারে কিছু নাহি পায় তোমার করুণা সার করুণা না হইলে কান্দিয়া কান্দিয়া প্রাণ না রাখিব আর করুণা না হইলে কান্দিয়া কান্দিয়া প্রাণ না রাখিব করুণা না হইলে গুরুদেব, করুণা না হইলে কান্দিয়া কান্দিয়া প্রাণ না রাখিব আর, করুণা না হইলে কান্দিয়া কান্দিয়া প্রাণ রাখিব আর। গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া করই দাসে তৃণপেক্ষাতিহীন, গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া করই দাসে তৃণপেক্ষাতিহীন। হরে কৃষ্ণ হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে, হরে রাম হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে, হরে কৃষ্ণ হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে, হরে রাম হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে, হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে, হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে, হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে, হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে, হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে, হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে, হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে, ও হরে রাম হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে, হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে, হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে, श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय।
Hare Krishna. This song is composed by A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Krishna tabe punna have bhai. कृष्ण तब पुण्य हवे भाई, ये पुण्य करबे जाबे राधा रानी खुशी हवे, ध्रुवती बोले तो मता कृष्ण तब पुण्य हबे कृष्ण तब पुण्य हबे श्री सिद्धांत सरस्वती सची सुता प्रियते कृष्ण से वजर तुलना सिंपल श्री कृष्ण से वजर तुलना से मोहंत गुरु जगतेरा मध्य हुरो कृष्ण भक्ति दे थाए था तार इच्छा बलवान पश्चाते ते थान था होए जाते गौरांगेर ना पृथ्वी ते नगर दिया समुद्र नद नदी सकलिए तो ये कृष्ण ना ताहले आनंद होए तबे होए दिग्विजय चैतन्य कृपातिशय माया दुष्ट जत दुखी जगते सबाए सुखी वैष्णवेर इच्छा पूर्ण हो जे कार्य करी बारे आज्ञा जदि दिल मोरे योग्य नहीं अति दिनहीन ताही से तुम्हार कृपा मागिते छि अनुरूपा आजी तुमी सबर प्रवीण तोमार शक्ति पेले गुरु सेवाय वस्तु मिले जीवन सार्थक यदि हो सेई सेवा पाइले ताहाल सुखी होले सेई से सेवा पाइले ताहाले सुखी होले तब संग भाग्य ते मिलो तुमी मोर चिर साथी भूलिया मायार लाठी खाइयाची जन्म जन्मांतरे आजी पुन्हा ये सुयोग जदि होए योगायोग तबे पारी तुहे मिली बारे तुम्हार मिलन भाया भर से सुख पार गोचारा ने धूरी दिन भोरा कतवाने छूटा छूटी बने खाई लुटा पुटी कतवाने छूटा छूटी बने खाई लुटा पुटी সেই দিন কবে হবে মোরা সেই দিন কবে হবে মোরা आज से सुविधा ने तुम्हारा स्मरण भेलो बोरो आशा की लामता आमी तोमार नित्य दास ताई करोयत तुमी बिना अन्य गति ना तुमी बिना अन्य गति ना श्रील प्रभुपाद की There is one more song composed by Srila Prabhupada. Bado Kripa Koile Krishna. बड़ो कृपा कैले कृष्ण आज मेरा प्रति की लगिया नीले तो खोरो ये बेगति बड़ो कृपा कैले कृष्ण आज मेरा प्रति আছে কিছু কার্য তব यही अनुमाने नाहे केनो आनी बेना यही उग्र स्थाने रजस्तम गुणेरा सबाई आछन्न वासुदेव कथा रुचि नहीं से प्रसन्न। तबे यदि तव कृपा होए अहित की। सकल संभव होए तुमी से कौतुकी। কিভাবে বুঝালে তারা বুঝে সেই রসা। ये ता कृपा करो प्रभु करो निज बश। তোমার ইচ্ছায় সব होए माया बश। তোমার ইচ্ছায় নাশ মায়ার পরশ। तब इच्छा होए यदि तांदेर बुद्धा। बुझिबे निश्चय तबे कथा से भगवतेर कथा से तब अवतार। धीर हुआ सुने यदि कान बरबार। रजस्तम होते तबे पाइबे निस्तार। हृदयर भद्र सबे गुचिबे ताहा। কি করো বুঝাবে কথা বড় সে হি চাহে। ক্ষুদ্র আমি দীনহীন কোনো শক্তি নাহি। यथेचे এনেছো प्रभु कथा बोली बारे। રાખે છે. જે તમારી ઈચ્છા એ પ્રભુ કરો એ બારે. અખિલ જગત ગુરુ વચન સે આમાં. अलंकृत कोरी पर क्षमता तो तब कृपा होले मोर कथा शुद्ध हवे. शुनिय सबार सुख दुख जे गुचीबे. आनिया छो जदि प्रभु हमारे नाचते. नाचाओ नाचाओ प्रभु नाचाओ से मते. नाचाओ नाचाओ प्रभु नाचाओ से मते. काष्टेर पुतली जथा नाचाओ से मते. भक्ति नहीं वेद नहीं नामे खूब धरो. भक्ति वेदांत नाम ये बेसार्थ करो. बड़ो कृपा कोइले कृष्ण हाथ मेरा प्रति. हाथ मेरा प्रति. श्रील प्रभुपाद की.
Hare Krishna, all devotees. A hearty welcome to all of you. Echo. A hearty welcome. Hare Krishna, hearty welcome to all of you for this most auspicious event. All of us are eagerly awaiting Krishna Janmashtami, and then next day after that is the most blessed event of the year. How all of us got to know about Krishna Janmashtami, how all of us are benefiting by Krishna Janmashtami by the divine grace of Srila Prabhupada. And the devotees this year have such a nice setup here, right from Krishna to Srila Prabhupada. We have the Guru Shishya Parampara here. So this has really become a literally a truly blessed event here. And since yesterday, so many devotees who came for Shri Krishna Janmashtami Darshan also, so many of them, usually I would see them, they would rush and take darshan of the deities. But yesterday I saw so many people when they were entering from here, they would first stop here and just look at Brahma Ji, Narad Muni, Radha Gopinath are there, the two peacocks are there, Srila Prabhupada is there. And that actually evoked a lot of curiosity even yesterday also. So usually devotees, who are practicing Krishna consciousness, they get a lot of nourishment today and yesterday, of course. But then yesterday I could see even new devotees, those who were probably coming to the temple for years together only on Janmashtami day, they were also attracted to this part of the temple hall. So we are really very fortunate to have this whole reminder here of the entire Guru Shishya Parampara. And this is 126th Vyas Puja of Srila Prabhupada. So we'll begin the Vyas Puja festival just in a few moments. Just a few announcements from my side. I'm seeing a lot of empty space in between. And all of us know how there are so many people who want to be sitting here and taking advantage of this program live. So I'm requesting if somebody who's sitting back could come here in the front. There's a lot of space here so that some devotees can come and sit there. Because usually when devotees will come there, they will see that there's no space here. So Prabhuji is also, there's a lot of space here. If young boys, if you want, you can come here. Yes, there's a lot of space here. Another important announcement is, we have live Hindi translation of this program going on in Bhakti Siddhant Hall. तो जो भी भक्त इस कार्यक्रम का हिंदी अनुवाद सुनना चाहते हैं, कृपया नीचे भक्ति सिद्धांत हॉल में प्रस्थान करें. So the official program is like this. I'll give a brief idea. We have Srila Prabhupada's Vyas Puja book, and we'll have His Grace Dayal Chandra Prabhu here on behalf of all of us, on behalf of the temple. He'll officially offer it to Srila Prabhupada. And when this Vyas Puja book is being offered, we will have singing of Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya. And we'll turn the pages and Srila Prabhupada will get to read the Vyas Puja book. After that, we'll begin with the offerings. And the last offering for the day will be by His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj. So we don't have a recording, but he has offered his verbal offering, his gratitude in this Vyas Puja book. So one of our senior devotees will read Radhanath Maharaj's Vyas Puja offering to Srila Prabhupada. After that, there will be Pushpanjali, and then there will be Guru Puja, and then there is Mahaprasad for everyone. So now I'll request Shivram Prabhu to kindly lead, and then Dayal Chandra Prabhu will offer the Vyas Puja book to Srila Prabhupada.
Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Koroi Dase Trinapekatihina Kripa Bindu Diya Koroi Dase Trinapekatihina Sakal sahane bal diya karo निज मने स्पृहाहीन सकल सम्मान करते शकति देहनाथ जत जत तो गाइबो हरि नाम सुखे अपराध हवे हाथ कृपा बिंदु दिया करो ये दासे तृणपेकतिहीन लाभियाए जा कृतार्थ होई बेनाथ कृपा बिंदु दिया करो ये दास तृणपेकतिहीन Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Great. So we'll officially begin with the program. And in the beginning, I'll request His Krishna Chandra Prabhu to kindly make an offering. As Krishna Chandra Prabhu is ready, I'll request Vishakha Priya Mataji to also be ready.
Hare Krishna. So, I would like to, in my short 3 minutes, I'll try to just literally millions of aspects of Srila Prabhupada which we would really want to highlight. But I thought I would like to bring up some things which are not really so visible. And that is the period when we all know that he reached on the Jaladut in September 1965. That was a momentous occasion when he had such difficulty, he had heart attacks, and he went there to the US with no money, etc. And then July of next year, 66, he actually went into the Matchless Gift. So Matchless Gift was the first storefront which really became the, you can say, virtual starting point. But what happened in those 9 months? And those 9 months is captured in the second volume of Leela Amrit, which really is kind of say miraculous, you can say. And also this shows a lot about Prabhupada, so I wanted to just add some briefly. One, for the first month he was in Pennsylvania, Butler, Pennsylvania. He went there because he was sponsored by Gopal Agarwal. And then we know from Shali Agarwal's account also, Gopal Agarwal was the only Indian, one person staying in that Butler city of Pennsylvania. There was no place in his house, so Prabhupada was put in a YMCA, which was a half an hour walk, and he would come there for prasad and go back. And twice, thrice he would do that, and then whatever programs they arranged. The inconvenience he went through there, because they also used to have meat, she was also smoking, but they were very respectful. And but he would always, he was so magnanimous. Now imagine he's gone there for the first time, he's had this kind of challenging situation, new culture completely. But he would always say one thing, think nothing of it, it's no problem, don't worry. He would do his own laundry, etc. He changed 6 residences in that 9 months. So first was Saili Agarwal, and then after 1 month he came to New York. In New York he was with that Dr. Mishra, Ramamurthy Mishra, who was a very polished, stylized kind of yogi, but they had totally different philosophy. So there were clearly differences in preaching because Prabhupada would contradict what Mishra would speak. So then Dr. Mishra was feeling a little uncomfortable, so he put him after some time, he put him in some Hatha Yoga studio which he had. Very uncomfortable place, but it was a windowless place, no store, and no stove to cook also. So Prabhupada would actually walk half an hour from that place to Dr. Mishra's place to go and cook and then eat. But all through that, he was absorbing what is happening in America, the American culture, the people. He would see their style, he would visit stores. So he never looked at the inconveniences. He was just looking at what are the opportunities to to help people to improve their lives. But there also, he was under his guidance because it was his flat, this yoga studio. So then on the same building, he moved to the 3rd floor. And all this time, there was a third residence, the third floor, where there was no toilet, there was no shower, there was no cooking, no telephone, no bed. It was not supposed to be a residence. Still, he went there. And he was all the time, this few months, writing to his godbrothers back home, saying there's so much scope there, please help me. He would write to Indira Gandhi. He wrote to Padam Singhania, the JK group head, because he had shown a little bit of interest in helping him initially. Then he wrote to Sumati Murarji, pleading, telling them, how much. He also said, if you donate, we can put your name on. No reply came. Still, he never lost any kind of enthusiasm, any kind of faith. And he went on, all these prominent people, still, because he had that faith in Krishna and he also had the faith in his Guru's order. He was also struggling to extend his visa. And it was freezing cold by then, December, January, February, old man, never seen this kind of snow, icy winds. And whenever he had some good weather, then he would go in the bus, curious to know what's happening. He would go to stores and check out whether there is Bhagavatam sales, books are being sold there or not. There was one lady, Mrs. Ferber, from Paragon Books. She mentions in the that just to show how kind he was, that he went there, he was trying to sell, and she said, "Okay, I'll try. Let me see." And then in conversation, she mentioned that she liked Indian samosa. So the next time he came, he actually cooked. In spite of all the challenges, he cooked samosas and came to give her. She remembered that 25 years later when they were interviewing her. Then he had moved to the third floor on that yoga building, which was also not very comfortable, but still he at least had freedom to preach. That's when he started the Monday, Wednesday, Friday preaching program, which were carried on. The classes carried on even in the Matchless Gift store later on. Then that's where he met one Robert Nelson, who was a very, as Satsarup Maharaj writes in the book, like a slow, simple country boy, artless and very inept in his worldly things. But still, Prabhupada was preaching Chaitanya Charitamrita. He was sharing with him everything. He took his help also. He would take him to various buildings and say, "Would you think this 3-storied building, is it good enough? We can have this?" He had no money. He was living in poverty, and he's thinking of, in the future. And this Robert Nelson is totally out of his depth, 20-year-old boy. Still, he would accompany. He had that desire to help Prabhupada. And then, unfortunately, Prabhupada's typewriter and tape recorder got stolen, so he had to move from there. Then he went to this Bowery, and there this David Allen, who initially was kind to him, but then he became crazy because he took some overdose, and he actually threatened and chased Prabhupada. Prabhupada had to run down 4 stories, and he came down, and that place was such a miserable place because everywhere there were drunken bums all around, vomit and all. Prabhupada had to sidestep and go. That was the usual way when he entered the house. He came running down, and then he found that he was actually homeless, like these bums. And then he went to one person called Carl Jurgens, who had just started coming there, a black-bodied person. But then Prabhupada went there, and his wife was totally against him from the beginning. She didn't like that he was, because they were into, not only eating meat, but they were also having drugs and so on. Carl liked Prabhupada, but, he didn't want to change his lifestyle, and she was very resentful. So anyway, they also had cats and dogs in the house. Just imagine Prabhupada's situation. He's put in a loft in one corner, and he has to put up with this, but he had no problem. He had made no demands on them. He never asked for anything. Still, she was so rude to him, she would say, get it yourself. Like that. That's the way you should talk to him. If whatever he would say, can I have some water? Get it yourself. So he tolerated all that. This was the way he was going through. And then finally, Mukund Maharaj, Mike, that time, he actually Michael Grant, met him and then helped search for this place and came to to what we now know as the main place, that is our Matchless Gift. So when we say that this tiny figure, he was very short. Externally we'll see that he was so helpless, but internally, because of his enormous faith, he was towering over everyone. And what we see is that his consciousness was always transcendental. It was not a Manhattan consciousness. It was not worried about this and that. He had complete faith, and yet he was very practical. He did what was needed to do. He experimented with various things, he experimented with different homes. So this is what we call greatness and among extraordinary people also. When we normally look at greatness by material standards, and this greatness is like, that is why we say that it is not just 50 years and 70 years, it's been for 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years. What he has done and what he has taught and what he has left in his books will be carried on forever. So on this day, I'm personally also very indebted to Srila Prabhupada. Completely changed my life as he has changed all of your lives, changed everything about us. And I just can pray to Radha Gopinath ji that we can spend our lives at Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. So, in addition to this being 126th Vyas Puja, there is also a special year from another perspective. This is the 100th anniversary of Srila Prabhupada meeting His Divine Grace, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. So, in the teachings of Srila Prabhupada, I searched for all those places where Srila Prabhupada used the words, my Guru Maharaj. And I've got 21 quotes, so I'll keep speaking in between. So, there's one quote in line with what Krishna Chandra Prabhu mentioned. This is in a lecture that Prabhupada gave a day after Shri Gaur Purnima. This is March 5th, 1969 lecture in Hawaii, and Prabhupada spoke. My Guru Maharaj used to say that if people do not come to hear this philosophy, don't be discouraged. You sit down in a room and try to preach. The four walls will hear you. Don't be disappointed. Now I'll request Dayal Chandra Prabhu to speak, and I'll request Lalita Priya Mataji to kindly be ready.
Kindly accept my humble obeisances, Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Guru and Gauranga. Actually now, Prabhuji has said, Srila Prabhupada got an instruction from his spiritual master, go to the Western country and preach Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's gospel in English language to the Western countries. So he took it in his heart actually, very, very seriously. That Prabhupada was saying very wonderfully. I wanted to read that in his own words. He was saying this, even 5,000 years ago, there was one Dhritarashtra, but at the present moment, there are Dhritarashtras in every home. So, to stick to a family life to the end of one's human life is a grossest type of degradation. And there is an absolute need for the Viduras to educate such Dhritarashtras, and even at the present moment. Actually, all the Krishna conscious people, our job is to become like the Vidura and go and preach everywhere. The preaching thing Prabhupada has given highest value, highest priority he has given. Even at the last, he was giving that. And one more thing, beautifully, he was mentioning that even Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the great preacher of the principle of Srimad Bhagavatam, has stressed that importance of association with sadhus and pure devotees of the Lord. This is most important. Prabhupada is giving what he said. He said that even in the moment of association with pure devotees, one can achieve all perfection. And we are not, this is so wonderfully Prabhupada is giving his position. We are not ashamed to admit that this fact was experienced in our practical lives. We are not ashamed. Beautifully, Prabhupada is saying. Where we are not favored by, if I am not favored, Divine Grace Srimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Goswami Maharaj, by our first meeting, is most important. This was the first meeting for a few minutes only. Prabhupada is saying only for a few minutes. It would have been impossible for us to accept this mighty task for describing Srimad Bhagavatam in English. All the blessing was from Srimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, the Guru Maharaj's mercy. And what Prabhupada was saying? Without seeing him, that opportune moment, we would have become a very great business magnates. Prabhupada wanted that because he got, that person has told him that you will become a very big man, and Prabhupada was thinking, I may become like Birla, and I'll be big business magnate. He was not ready initial stage. This particular person, because of him, he says, I was like Dhritarashtra and my spiritual master Vidura. That's why I've taken this path. So beautifully, yes. So everywhere this Vidura should go. We should participate as Vidura. But never would have been able to walk in path of liberation and be engaged in factual service of the Lord under instruction of His divine grace. And here is another practical example by action of Vidura's association with Dhritarashtra. Prabhupada says that. Otherwise, I would have been something different. That was the real thing. And it was in Ulta Danga Road in 1922, just 100 years, centenary. And that same Ulta Danga Road, we got it in this year, 100th year, for our ISKCON actually, that place. Because otherwise, we wouldn't have been, nothing wouldn't have been, come out like ISKCON. Prabhupada said that was the changing point. I was like Dhritarashtra. And even regarding preaching, Prabhupada was very, very serious. Even after that, every time, even in his last stages also, he was saying, Asat Sangha Tyaga. You must go, have satsang, meet with, associate with devotees. See, one example I am giving here. One person, that's Viraha Prakash Swami, he was recommended by His Holiness Hridayananda Swami. That was in Mayapur. He wanted to give him a sannyas. So Prabhupada gave him sannyas. And Hridayananda Swami said, Prabhupada, he is not knowing any language here in India. And he is knowing only Spanish. So please, he will be under you for guidance. Give him some guidance. Prabhupada said, what guidance? Let him go from just now and let him go and preach. Prabhupada, he don't have any other language. Language is not the barrier. Let him go and preach. Why he took sannyas? Sannyas person, he has to go and preach. That's all. I am not going to giving him any sort of training. Let him go. This is not the barrier. He said, chant the holy name and give the same holy name to others. Let him go. Prabhupada sent him. And he has become a great preacher later. So this is what preaching has got said. It's not that you should be trained like this, trained like that. Recently that trend has come. I should train him like this, like that. No, it has to come by parampara. It has to come by parampara. This is Prabhupada. And go, you preach. Be there. No language, doesn't matter. Then Prabhupada said, when I met my spiritual master, hardly for 14 years I was there, hardly I met about 14 to 15 times. That's all. That's all I met him. And that is the thing. And one more thing Prabhupada is saying, accept them. Accept them. Whoever comes, accept them. That was the quality Prabhupada. That his home, everybody, the vacancy was there, everyone. Even a painter, even a typewriter, even a sweeper, even anyone, cook, whoever else, everybody have that department was there for Prabhupada. He was not rejecting anyone. So one incident I want to say, he was so compassionate. This was, I heard from His Holiness Navayogendra Maharaj. He said, one of the senior sannyasi, he came and told to Prabhupada, one of these sannyasi, he is not behaving properly. His attitude is very bad. So Prabhupada said, what to do? Prabhupada, you reject him. Prabhupada said, how can I reject him? You give him the right training. No training, Prabhupada, he's hopeless. I tried all the time. He's useless. He's setting a bad example. Reject him, Prabhupada. How can I reject him? Then he said, Prabhupada, he is fallen down. He's fallen down from this sannyasa. Prabhupada said, our movement is for the people who have fallen down. So this is what from the any condition, any type. That's why he has been to hippies. And Prabhupada was saying, the condition of hippies was worst actually. And one good qualities hippies had, he says, You know what is that condition? They had one quality of renouncing from home. They could renounce from home. In India, people never renounce. They get a wonderful training from the education from their parents, and having a good house and wonderful marriage, family life. Then parents will become old. They may go for anatha ashram or old age home. But these people will engage, but there is no training for renouncing. But I like these happy hippies. They got the renouncing type of quality. Only the thing they wanted, I have to feed them the real knowledge. The real knowledge is Bhagavad Gita. That's why in India, that knowledge is not there. So we have to become like a Vidura, go to the people, because this place you have to give up. After brahmacharya, after 25, up to 25 brahmacharya, 25 to 50 grahasthashram, do whatever you like. You know, get married, have children, good home, happy home. Then after 50, you have to be vanaprastha, and vanaprastha you have to stick around. You know, it's not that you have to leave the place and go to vana. No, it's not that. Be there, but it's not belongs to you. Not poverty strike. And you use minimum. Requirement should be minimum. Because Krishna, Lord is watching everything. You have to train up. Then you have to, whatever it is there, but that belongs to Krishna. In that Vairagya stage, you have to live. And it is very easy to go back home, back to Godhead. You will get purified. Other, if you are sticking around, then same will become Grahamedi. So we have to get out of this Grahamedi stage to Grahastha ashram. So this training Prabhupada always used to emphasize. So we all have to become like Vidura, and we have to see that we have to remove Grahastha, this Dhritarashtra from all the home. This is the message Prabhupada is giving. Thank you very much, Prabhupada. You are by your mercy, at least we should have that conscious of Vidura, and we should not be attached to the home. It is only your mercy and our Parampara's mercy can do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So as Lalita Priya Mataji makes her offering, I'll request Mukund Mala Prabhu to be ready. This is a quote from a letter to Satswarup and Hamsadut, Vrindavan, 29th August 1967. Prabhupada is saying, we should always be very careful to give full respect to those who have so carefully handled this divine fruit of transcendental knowledge before us. Even a slight change will spoil it. That is why I have always been so careful to give you only those things which I have heard from my Guru Maharaj. Yes, Mataji.
Srila Prabhupada, the founder Acharya of ISKCON, you are an ocean of great qualities. Today, on your 126th birth anniversary, I would like to express my deep gratitude for all that I have received from such an exalted Acharya as your good self. Being a woman, I, in particular, appreciate how you have given an opportunity to women all over the world through your divine organization named ISKCON to actively engage in devotional service. Not by doing anything extraordinary, but the same simple things that women anyways do at home for the families, example cooking. Such simple acts have been turned into acts of bhakti by directing the same towards Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, be it cooking, making flower garlands, or stitching dresses for the deities, or even dressing the deities. In a revolutionary way, you gave Gayatri Mantra Diksha to women and even opened the opportunity to serve the deities on the temple altar, like offering arti, etc. One need not give up one's family and responsibilities. All one has to do is give one's time to serve the lordships in the temple on a regular basis. The ISKCON temples have become seats of learning for the ignorant masses of the world. Understanding that only spiritual knowledge can relieve the people of their miseries, you have propagated the knowledge all through the world by widely distributing your books. To print these books, you separately established a Bhakti Vedanta Book Trust, BBT. Women, as mothers, can easily pass on this legacy to the children. Thus, this culture can grow and gradually people could be brought to the right consciousness. There is no end to the list of your achievements. I am grateful to you, Srila Prabhupada, to give me a second home in this world and experience the bliss of serving Radha and Krishna, which is very rare. I also thank the temple authorities for engaging me in various services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mataji. We'll request Mukund Mala Prabhu to make his offering. After Mukund Mala Prabhu, I'll request Radha Krishna Prabhu to be ready.
Hare Krishna. I was reading one book by Kalakanta Prabhu. He shares a very nice feature about Prabhupada's personality. He says, just like, he gives an example. He tells the story of Columbus. So Columbus, when he wanted to go to the West and discover new lands, he went to the Queen of England and said, give me some money, I need a ship so I can go to the West and discover India. At that time, he wanted to discover India. So all the ministers said, no, this is impossible. It's not going to happen. But the Queen anyway gave him the money and ship. And then Columbus went to the West and he discovered America. So when he came back, everyone said, oh, it was so simple. All he had to do was go west, keep going west, and you find a land. But Columbus said, no, it actually required intelligence. It's not just keep going west and then you discover a land. So then he said, okay, I'll give you an example. He gave the minister an egg and said, make this egg stand on its base. They tried hard, no one was successful. So Columbus took the egg, boiled the egg, and he just tapped the base. And the egg stood. So simple. Anyone could have done that, they said. So similarly, when nowadays, it appears so easy to go to the West, preach the Srimad Bhagavatam, preach the Bhagavad Gita. We have so many techniques and tips. But people say, it's so easy. Just go to speak in the English language, you present the Gita, you have so many books and so many translations available of all the Vedic literatures. But Prabhupada was the first person who, like Columbus, he was the first person who had the determination and the faith in the holy name, faith in the Srimad Bhagavatam, faith in the instruction of his spiritual master. So after Columbus, we don't know who was the second person who went to the West. Right? When the first person is known because he had the determination and the faith. Like Prabhupada gives the example of a needle. If you want to pierce a needle through a cloth, pierce a thread through a cloth, you need a needle. You can't pierce simply the thread. With the help of the needle, when the needle has pierced, then the cloth can easily go through. Similarly, the first Acharya was Prabhupada, who went to the West, successfully preached the message of the Bhagavatam. After that, now it's become so easy. Right? So the accusation is there sometimes that anyone could have done that. Prabhupada just happened to be at the right place, the right time in America. That was conducive for preaching. Therefore, he was successful. But it's not like that. He had the faith and the determination and the courage, because of which he ultimately became successful. So on this day, I would like to pray to Prabhupada to shower his blessings so that we can also follow in his footsteps and preach the message of the Bhagavatam. Hare Krishna.
This is a nice offering about Srila Prabhupada's dedication to his Guru. This is a letter to Shyam Sundar, Los Angeles, 19th of July, 1970. Prabhupada is saying, I also do not feel separation from my Guru Maharaj. When I am engaged in his service, his pictures give me sufficient strength. To serve the spiritual master's word is more important than to serve him physically. So Thanks to Srila Prabhupada who's setting a standard for all of us also. So I'll request Radha Krishna Prabhu to kindly make his offering. And after Radha Krishna Prabhu, I'll request Vishakha Priya Mataji to kindly be ready.
Jai Srila Prabhupada. Yesterday, we celebrated the appearance of Lord Krishna, what we know as Janmashtami. In most of the temples around the world, at homes, in public places. There was a lot of utsaha, there was a lot of the feeling of goodness in people's mind, which is good. But what were we celebrating? Why did Lord Krishna appear on this planet Earth from his Golok Dham? There are various reasons given in the scriptures and by different philosophers also, to annihilate the miscreants, to establish dharma, etc., etc., etc. Whereas these can be considered as the external reasons, there are also some internal reasons why Krishna came. One was, he wanted to relish the mellows which he could not relish in his abode. For example, Vipralamba Bhav. There is always with Radharani, and there is no question of separation, and there is no question of enjoying the Vipralamba Bhav. This was one reason. But the other reason is that out of compassion for us living entities, he wanted to come to this material world to perform his activities so that for posterity, for generations to come, we listen to those pastimes and we relish those pastimes and thereby purify ourselves and become very, very happy and free. So these were the two internal reasons. Coming to celebrations today, we are celebrating Srila Prabhupada's appearance day, 126th. Srila Prabhupada also, he had a single pointed agenda. He wanted to propagate those pastimes which Lord Krishna performed while he was here. Because when Lord Krishna performed the pastimes, only those who were there around him at that time could enjoy it, and for some time, others who heard about it. In Chaitanya Leela, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he is participating in the Rath Yatra, and King Pratap Rudra is eagerly trying to catch his attention and to be introduced to him by various devotees, Swarup Damodar, Nityanand Prabhu and others. They failed. In fact, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became very angry and said that if you try to make an arrangement that I meet the king, I will leave Jagannath Puri. So what did King Pratap Rudra do at the advice of these senior devotees? He became a mendicant. And when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took rest in the Jagannath Vallabh garden, they pushed him and he went ahead and massaged Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's feet and he started singing the Gopi Geet. And when it came to the 9th verse, and he sang, Tava Kathamritam Tapta Jivanam. Kavi Bhirati Kalmashadan Shravana Mandanam Srimaditam Nuinantidi Buridajana. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu immediately embraced King Prataparudra because he so much appreciated this mood of the Burida, the one who is propagating the pastimes of Lord Krishna in a very munificent manner to give that advantage to all the living beings. Srila Prabhupada is that Burida Jana. Hare Krishna.
Yeah, Vishakha Priya Mataji. As Vishakha Priya Mataji makes her offering, I'll request Braja Chandra Prabhu to be ready.
Hare Krishna. So once Srila Prabhupada told his disciples that actually Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Maharaj had instructed me to go to the West and preach to the Westerners in the English-speaking language. But actually Bhaktisiddhanta Maharaj did not personally tell me to preach in India. I was instructed by him to go to the West and preach. But he said when I saw the Indians, how they were leading a life in such a degraded way, trying to imitate the Western world, how could I just stand by and watch my own people going to hell? Going to hell, like seeing the West and following them. So Prabhupada said that actually it was my personal mission to preach in India. In the West, because Bhaktisiddhanta Maharaj told me, but in India, it was my personal mission to save my own people from degradation. So what happened is that when, of all the places in India, obviously Prabhupada established so many ISKCON centers, but Bombay was very, very close to his heart. And Prabhupada gave 3-4 reasons specifically why Prabhupada would feel Bombay is so close to his heart. He said Bombay is to India what New York is to the US. It's like a gateway, you know. So that was one of the reasons. And he said because it is so modernized, it is so westernized, and that is why Bombay needs most the focus of Krishna consciousness. And he said also Bombay is a hub of Bollywood industry over here. So a lot of distraction is there over here. So people are rushing towards that, and we need to go and save them and get them more to Krishna consciousness. So since the beginning days of ISKCON in India, when Prabhupada came back from the West first time, Juhu project had always been very, very close. So wherever in the world he was, he would keep calling up, sending messages, letters to find out how the project is developing. What are the happenings over here? And wherever Prabhupada was, his mind, major part of his mind was always occupied by thoughts of Bombay. So he would always keep calling big stalwarts from all over the world wherever they were taking care of ISKCON. He called Brahmanand Prabhu, Bhavanand Prabhu, Tamal Krishna Maharaj, Giriraj Maharaj, and he would say, please help in stabilizing the Bombay project till the temple is opened. And all these devotees, not only they played a humongous role in establishing ISKCON all over the world, but especially in the Bombay chapter, they played a very big role. But these devotees shared a very, very sweet pastime where they were mentioning that just 2 weeks after Prabhupada's departure in Vrindavan, we know that Prabhupada left on 14th of November, and they did all the ceremonies, they made the samadhi, and they took Prabhupada around Govardhan. And after 2 weeks of finishing all of that, they had to carry Prabhupada's flowers to make the Pushpa Samadhi at Mayapur. So they had to catch an early morning flight and go from Delhi to Calcutta. And the flight was at 3:30, and they all had decided we will meet at a particular time and, you know, leave from there. And it was such a simple thing which they had done hundreds of times before. traveled from this place to that place, taken international flights and flights. And this was the first time after Prabhupada's departure they, they decided to meet up over there. And somehow or the other, all these big devotees who had done so much of work, they said, we just couldn't even manage this small thing. We couldn't gather in time. We gathered somehow or the other, but we couldn't fit in all the luggage in one taxi. And it became very difficult for us to do such a simple task of doing what? Just catching a cab. So then Bhavanand Prabhu was sharing with the devotees that we only thought we were doing everything, but actually Prabhupada did everything. Without him, we can't even get into a small taxi properly and leave. So we realized that how completely dependent we are on his divine grace. We were, we are, and we will always remain dependent on your divine grace. So if suppose somebody were to tell us that we are under CCTV surveillance 24/7, how would we feel? We feel so intimidated. We feel very insecure, uncomfortable that somebody is watching us, all the time. However, as kids, when we were in school, we had learned this concept of angels and fairies. That who are these angels and fairies? They are like some celestial beings who have the power to bestow blessings on you. So looking at this beautiful darshan today, is giving us a very picturesque description of how Prabhupada sitting over here, he is like that fulcrum over here. And all these great personalities who are there, they are all angels in themselves. But the supreme angel of grace in all our life, his divine grace, is Srila Prabhupada, through whom it is all coming in our life. And whatever we are struggling to do in our spiritual life, it cannot be possible without the mercy of his divine grace. So on this day, we would like to pray to Prabhupada that our hearts always remain grateful and aware of this divine mercy coming in our life, and that you are our supreme angel of grace, and you will always remain there. And because you are watching over us, we are at least existing in Krishna consciousness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mataji. This is a quote. This is about preaching in cities. My Guru Maharaj was always enthusiastic in opening the centers in busy cities. Our centers are not practically secluded ashrams for so-called peaceful meditation. We are for activities and fighting like the Battle of Kurukshetra. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission is to awaken the sleeping humanity under the spell of Maya. This is from a letter to Bali Mardan, London, England, November 16, 1969. So I request Braj Chandra Prabhu to make his offering. After Braj Chandra Prabhu, I'll request Radha Rani Mataji to be ready.
Hare Krishna. Dear Srila Prabhupada, so on this most auspicious occasion of your appearance, I would like to seek this opportunity to offer my heartfelt gratitude to Srila Prabhupada and all the Acharyas, what we have received by their grace. As I think on Janmashtami lecture, Dwarkadish Prabhu was mentioning the wonderful Janmashtmis Prabhupada celebrated 1964 in Vrindavan with the governor, and then in 1965 on the Jaladuta with Captain and the few people there, and 1966 with the new people in New York, in America. And I was recollecting that time that when we came to Bombay to study, that was one of the Janmashtmis, first Janmashtmis. Of course, we had being born in pious family as most of us in India. But after attending those Janmashtami, which I attended in college, organized by Gauranga Prabhu and other devotees, so that gave us the real, actually, understanding and meaning of spirituality. Otherwise, for me, I can say we had heard about the scriptures, heard about Gita, but the real essence, the real meaning, the tattva was missing. And actually, personally speaking, when I came, I was thinking, चलो ये सब हो गया अभी घर में, अभी छोड़ देंगे, अभी तो कॉलेज आ गए, अभी फ्री हो गए. We were just, for most of us, our generation, the parents were not able to explain the science behind these rituals, and we were just like wanting to give it up. And it is after coming to Srila Prabhupada's movement that we could understand what bhakti is all about, what this science of Krishna consciousness is. So it is, and actually, otherwise we were just thinking of giving up our own culture, the wealth which we were receiving. So it is by Srila Prabhupada's grace and his mercy that we could actually understand. And as Mataji was mentioning about these angels And it is actually by Srila Prabhupada's grace that Prabhupada introduced us to this wonderful parampara, these great personalities whom we are seeing today. Otherwise, most of us, what we knew about, none of us probably knew about most of these personalities and their wonderful sacrifices. We had our own heroes, but these are the real heroes who have, when we study their lives, so a lot of inspiration. What we knew about Brahmaji or even Narad Muni before coming to Srila Prabhupada was just Naran, and in what from Bollywood we see would induce fights with people. So that's what we knew about these great Mahatmas and personalities. So Prabhupada actually opened us the door to the spiritual world, and these wonderful spiritual heroes who gave us that inspiration. And we see even now, after Srila Prabhupada has physically departed, it is his disciples and the grand disciples and are continuing that parampara, the legacy. Nityanand Prabhu was mentioning this morning that actually after this parampara, we should have the pictures of all the present acharyas and devotees also. So that would have, and that's what Srila Prabhupada has created, a legacy, and that is going on, as Krishna Prabhu was mentioning about the struggles which Prabhupada went through, and we heard in the morning about how he went through the struggles when he was in India, and all his disciples and the leading disciples, grand disciples, are actually also carrying that mood. Recently, His Holiness Kavi Chandra Maharaj was there in Radha Gopinath, and Rudranath Prabhu was with him, driving him from Radha Ras Bihari Mandir, and he's, I think, above 70 years, definitely. And he was mentioning that at that age, when he was telling that day, he gave a Srimad Bhagavatam class to the devotees in China at 3 a.m. in the morning. And then at 4 a.m., or some Japanese devotees first, and then 4 a.m. to Chinese devotees, and some meetings he did that. And then he comes here, greets the deities, gives a Bhagavatam class, then meets some devotees, and then gives the Brahmachari class, and then again meets devotees. And so that's what Srila Prabhupada and this parampara has inspired. That legacy is continuing. And so we are very, very grateful to Srila Prabhupada for giving us this wonderful legacy and great fortune to associating with such wonderful sadhus and devotees who are following in the footsteps of Srila Prabhupada, taking great tribulations to give this message of Krishna consciousness. So I seek blessings from Srila Prabhupada that on this day that we also can pledge and become an instrument in serving and fulfilling his mission. Srila Prabhupada ki.
Thank you, Brajchandra Prabhu. As Radharani Mataji makes her offering, is Radharani Mataji here? Yeah. So as she makes her offering, I request Satyanand Prabhu to be ready.
Hare Krishna. Dear Srila Prabhupada, when you were preaching in the West, when you began your preaching, the audience you were preaching to were somewhat can be compared to the youth of today. They had a very different set of values, principles, and way of living. Yet you were so tolerant and you had so much faith in Krishna consciousness that you didn't doubt that they would take to the process. You were so tolerant. We read about how when Yamuna Mataji came to help with the cooking for the feast of her sister's wedding, she was smoking. You didn't chastise her. You didn't look down upon her. You engaged her in the service and taught her how she needs to go and wash her hands every time she smokes that cigar. What compassion, what love. In this way, you engaged all of them according to their propensities. And you served them with so much humility. You actually cooked for them. You cleaned up after they had eaten. And such a wonderful bond that you built with them. It was your purity that attracted them to you. They had full faith that this person loves us unconditionally. So this is how they all got connected to Krishna consciousness. You never compromised on the principles, yet you balanced that discipline, that principled way of living with compassion. You took personal care of all those disciples. You were very, very compassionate towards them and taught them how to live a life of purpose. So that is what your life and your teachings have taught us, Srila Prabhupada. How to live a life of purpose for Krishna and how to die with dignity. So on this day I pray that I may develop that tolerance, that humility, that sense of purpose that you have, and mainly develop the compassion so I can dedicate my life to somehow help in the mission that you wanted us to follow, and I can assist my seniors in their service to Gurudev. So I am grateful to you for giving to us our spiritual master and so many other spiritual masters and so many wonderful devotees and an association of devotees that keeps us enlivened, hopeful and grateful. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Mataji. So, Mataji mentioned about Yamuna Mataji. Yamuna Mataji remembers at one point of time she was making chapatis for Srila Prabhupada. And the devotee who was serving Srila Prabhupada came to Yamuna Mataji and said, Prabhupada is saying these chapatis are not good. And she was making the best chapatis. So one day one sannyasi came and the sannyasi told Yamuna Mataji, Prabhupada has told me to teach you how to make chapatis. Yamuna Mataji said, okay. So Mataji says he actually made rectangular chapatis and he actually burnt those chapatis. So he didn't know how to cook. And those burnt rectangular chapatis were served to Srila Prabhupada. And the devotee who served those chapatis to Prabhupada came back and said, Prabhupada liked those chapatis. So physically speaking, Yamuna Mataji's chapatis were the best and the sannyasi's chapatis were not the best. Then Yamuna Mataji said, actually, maybe my consciousness was not good and that's why Prabhupada was rejecting my chapatis and approved those burnt rectangular chapatis. And Yamuna Mataji said, that's an important part of our cooking, our consciousness. Thank you. So Satyanand Prabhu, after Satyanand Prabhu, I'll request Shamanand Prabhu to make his offering.
Hare Krishna. To dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my prostrated obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. On this auspicious day of your Vyas Puja, I would like to express my ever-increasing gratitude for reminding me again and again of your unparalleled method of distributing this pure devotional service. As this age of Kali Yuga is empowered to distract and destroy the faith and the focus of living entity from the spiritual path. And Kali Yuga has been successful using his various weapons to complete his job of distracting living entity from the spiritual path. But you, Prabhupada, you appeared and you failed the plan of Kali Yuga to destroy the faith. Kali Yuga has powerful weapons which disturb and destroy the faith of living entity. The first and foremost weapon of Kali Yuga uses is creating confusion. The second one is loss of confidence. The third weapon of Kali Yuga is flooding contamination. And the fourth one is creating conflict. You, being a Senapati Bhakta of Lord Chaitanya, very effectively destroyed these weapons. Creating confusion. The first question, Jiva, who wants to practice spiritual life, he has that question, that what to do and whom to follow. And when myriads of philosophies and unlimited paths has been shown in this Kali Yuga, people are confused what to do. And because of this confusion, they stop seeking spiritual life or they stop practicing spiritual life. Because everything looks authentic, everything looks lucrative. And that creates a great confusion for people. But Prabhupada, you very successfully destroyed this confusion what people have and successfully established absolute truth and the path leading to that absolute truth. The most influential person during Prabhupada's time was one of the Beatles, whose name was John Lennon. And they all were meeting Prabhupada. And Prabhupada asked him a simple question. Which philosophy are you following? And to this simple question, he just replied, we don't follow any philosophy, we are simply living. So one of the influential person is saying, and millions were following. And he just say, we are simply living. One time, Kalkanta Prabhu was here, and he told a wonderful realization what he was going when he came across Prabhupada's philosophy. So he said that when we were raised in a religion where we are made to fear God and love material things, material world. But when we came in touch with Srila Prabhupada, we learned that we need to fear material world, which is the cause of entanglement, and love God. That is the PhD of philosophy and PhD of religion. So, Srila Prabhupada, with his powerful, uncontaminated philosophy, presenting absolute truth, clear like a bright sun, has destroyed confusion of millions of followers all over the world. So, destroying confusion, this was the first thing what Prabhupada did through his philosophy. The second, those who clear up this path of confusion, they come across another weapon of Kali Yuga, that is losing confidence. So, losing confidence basically means having doubt in one's own ability. Whether I have taken up the right path, I will be able to follow it or not. There are so much to the world. There are so many people around the world who make difficult practicing spiritual life. And we have come across so many people who have not taken shelter of Prabhupada. They had a desire to practice spiritual life. They know what is the absolute truth. But societies, media, bombardment, one after another, made them think that, is it really possible to practice? And they have given up. Although they have come up to the right path. I remember one person, he sent a resignation to the devotees, counselor, that I lost my confidence to practice Krishna consciousness. So please take this resignation. I don't want to practice 16 rounds of chanting and achieving perfection in my life. So, Prabhupada, you created this society, ISKCON society, where there is a unlimited support is been provided to each and everyone who enters this gate and take your shelter. Only thing is we have to access that help. And the loss of confidence, which generally is felt by the devotee or anyone who want to practice spiritual life. You have created wonderful communities to give, to raise the strength and the morale of any practitioner. And even a small person can achieve perfection. That confidence has been given by your society and the community. The third weapon which Kali Yuga generally utilize when someone overcome confusion, someone overcome his loss of enthusiasm and confidence. The third one is flooding contamination. So, when the same person, John Lennon, he was meeting Prabhupada, and he was asked. Prabhupada again, he wanted to follow, and he was showing some interest because he was interacting with Prabhupada, and he started practicing Krishna consciousness. He showed interest. So immediately, his wife became alarmed. He is going away. He is the most influential person, and he will follow. So immediately, she asked only one question to John Lennon. do you really want to follow this simple lifestyle? See those devotees? She showed the group of devotees with Prabhupada. And that was the last time John Lennon was seen with Prabhupada. After that, he never came close to Prabhupada and the devotees. So there are so much here, the contamination has been created. Prabhupada asked one of his disciples, do you have lust? Now Prabhupada is asking, and in front of everyone, what do you say? Yes or no? So this devotee said, yes, Prabhupada, I have lust. And we search, if we go deep in our heart, lot of envy, greed, contamination and the today's day and age is flooding that contamination. What to speak? It is glorifying that contamination. So this devotee said, yes, Prabhupada, I have. To that, Prabhupada asked him. Now, he thought now Prabhupada will give solution. Prabhupada asked him, what do you do? He said, I just tolerate it. Prabhupada said, yes, you should tolerate it. With the help of this process of chanting and hearing, you will be able to overcome this contamination. Those bad habits, what you have. And we see that the same devotees who have followed the process of hearing and chanting have overpowered this flooding contamination, and they are distributing the pure message of Krishna consciousness. They are leading a pure lifestyle and experiencing the pure joy of Krishna consciousness. And the fourth weapon which Kali Yuga generally uses to distract and destroy the faith of people is conflict, creating conflict among the leaders, among the practitioners. Because you have overcome confusion, you have overcome loss of confidence, you have overcome contamination. Now, in the group of devotees or in the group of practitioners, the most powerful weapon is conflict. Create a conflict and destroy the faith, or that person goes away from the association of the devotees. So to that, Prabhupada and two devotees, two leaders of the society, they came to Prabhupada and were discussing, they were talking to the Prabhupada about their conflicts, their fighting. And Prabhupada became so upset. He said, I have given you such wonderful process. I have given you this position. I have brought you from where you were, lying somewhere. And now, after receiving this valuable jewel, what you are doing? For small thing, you are creating conflict with each other. So, to destroy this weapon of conflict, fighting, Prabhupada has asked us to cooperate with each other. Cooperation is that weapon which can help us to raise our consciousness to the transcendental level. So, all of us, when we take shelter of Prabhupada and to destroy the plans of Kali Yuga, we pray to Prabhupada to give us the strength and intelligence to follow his instructions and remain connected to the wonderful process of Krishna consciousness. Thank you all very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu. So I'll request Shamanan Prabhu to make his offering. After Shamanan Prabhu, we'll request Damodar Prabhu be ready.
Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada used this verse from the Shvetashvara Upanishad in his purports, in his classes, in his conversations. And it's not a very strange or a very esoteric verse. Yasya deve para bhaktir yatha deve tatha guru tasyaite kathita yartha prakashante mahatmanaha. The verse says that how do you gain the mercy of Lord? God is merciful, or God guides you when you have both Guru and God side by side at the same time in your life. And Prabhupada's simple expressions, at least once he said, the magic of Krishna consciousness. Now, of course, we all have, at least many of us have that one magic moment when suddenly you find the process working. Suddenly you find, hey, there is great joy in association. So what is the secret behind that magic? Prabhupada simply says, I had complete faith in the words of my Guru. And to people who would be visitors in the temple or reporters, he would show that, look at these students. They don't have a Vedic background. They don't have Gurukul training. What made them accept the process? What made them suddenly, like a rocket, skyrocket towards the spiritual world? It's simple. Two things. Same faith in God, same faith in Guru. In one particular conversation, two things stand out. And since most of us are Indians here, we can also introspect whether this applies to us. The reporter said, why didn't you preach in India? You could have made a big base in India, temples, followers, books. Prabhupada cites two problems. To some extent, they are not fully visible today. I say some extent, because this government is enforcing a ban on cow killing, and Sanskrit is being rejuvenated. Few signs are there that culture is being encouraged. So Prabhupada said the Indian leaders, especially after independence, they had educated Indians by saying, you are poverty-stricken. And Prabhupada said, what the masses can do, they agreed. So the leaders are saying, we are beggars. The masses are saying, we are beggars. And Prabhupada said, this is how they come to the West, begging for food, for grains, for technology. And then Prabhupada adds, but they are not poverty-stricken. Only he had that faith that our civilization is not making people into beggars. So I feel that is one of his biggest contributions. And there is a second point. He said in India, familiarity breeds contempt. In Hindi we say, ghar ki murgi, dal barabar. So what is this Krishna? What is this Hare Krishna? It is very easy in India for people to say, kya hum bhakt nahi hai kya? I'm sure you all must have seen your family members, office colleagues in the street. And according to Prabhupada, this is a big obstacle. Calling oneself a devotee is, actually one devotee wrote a poem, and the last line was, "Oh Krishna, please help your devotee." And Prabhupada said the poem is very nice, but one doesn't call oneself a devotee. It's a very high stage. Better we follow Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who called himself a servant. Ai Nanda Tanuja Patitam Kinkaram. King Kara means, there is a word Kara there, and Kim. Kara means to do, Kim means what. So the safest position for a sadhaka is to ask the Lord, what should I do? What should I do? So these are the two things which Prabhupada at that time said. They still hold true. And because of this first thing about poverty, Prabhupada told the reporter, therefore I decided to go to a country where there is no poverty. And that's where I made these devotees. Sometimes he would say, I made these devotees. Many times he would say, the Hare Krishna chanting made this devotee. But actually, Prabhupada would always emphasize two things: faith in Guru, faith in Krishna. I just got this thought that, Prabhupada, thank you very much for not starting a Bhaktivedanta Swami mission. Was it impossible for him to tell people that, please join the Bhaktivedanta Swami mission? That's what most people do. The Guru's name is what the mission is. Once devotees told Prabhupada that in the Kumbh Mela, these big Mathadish, 1008, 10,008 Mahamandaleshwars, they ride atop elephants. Would you like to do that, Prabhupada? Prabhupada said, yes, we can also have a procession. I will keep Radha Krishna on the top and I will walk besides them in Kirtan. A very simple episode, a very small thing. But Prabhupada lived this philosophy of Yatha Devi Tatha Gurau. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for teaching us authentic Vedic conclusions. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu. This is a quote from Letter to Bali Mardan, England, October 4th, 1969. Prabhupada is saying, whatever I am doing, it is due to the work of my Guru Maharaj. Actually, he is the power behind me and I am only instrument. So after Damodar Prabhu makes his offering, I'll request Usha Mati Mataji to kindly be ready.
Hare Krishna. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. I am very grateful for this opportunity to glorify you, to speak a few words of gratitude on this auspicious day. I would like to highlight one of your infinite qualities by repeating the word of your dear devotee, your disciple, His Holiness Kavi Chandra Swami. His Holiness Kavi Chandra Maharaj says, and we often quote him in devotee care course, he says, Prabhupada, you always showed greater concern for the person than what the person can do for you. Therefore, you inspired great surrender. We can see this in the dealing of Prabhupada with the reporter. The reporter would come to take an interview and Prabhupada would speak. Even after a reporter would say, thank you Swamiji, I have taken the notes. Prabhupada would want to continue to talk to the reporter to make sure that the reporter has understood the point. Not so that he can report properly, so that he can take up to Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada would continue to be interested or even more interested in the reporter than the report. Right? Right? So therefore, he was interested in the person than what the person can do for him. There is another incident where one of the scientists in a conference, scientific conference, he said, Prabhupada, he spoke, he said, through all the advancement in science, we should try to understand God. He made a statement. And this was all against the scientific conference norms. So it created a huge uproar and it came to the notice of Prabhupada. The disciples told, Prabhupada said, send him all the books. Then the disciples said, yes, Prabhupada, if this scientist becomes the devotee, he can do so much for us. Prabhupada said, not for that reason. He is ready to take to Krishna consciousness. Right? So therefore, he was more interested in the scientist than what the scientist could do for his movement. Of course, he wanted the devotees to contribute others people to spread the movement, but still he always showed greater interest in the person than what the person can do. So I'll just narrate briefly another story, a small story which is narrated by His Holiness Radha Swami Maharaj. His Holiness Radha Swami Maharaj was staying in Vrindavan. That time there was no ISKCON, and Prabhupada came with a group of disciples. He was giving classes in Radha Damodar Mandir. So all the other disciples of Prabhupada, and Maharaj would daily go to hear Prabhupada, and all the other disciples of Prabhupada, they started saying that you are staying in Vrindavan, now you should travel with us, we are going to leave soon. And you should come to this center, help us spread Krishna consciousness. But Maharaj didn't want to leave Vrindavan. He wanted to be in Vrindavan. So they started putting pressure upon him, and Maharaj said it was like they were prejudiced. I was feeling so much tremendous pressure that I am independent, I am doing things on my own, I don't want to surrender. But he wanted to be in Vrindavan, and they were saying you must leave Vrindavan. So a lot of tension built up. Right? So one day Prabhupada was giving talk near Radha Govind Mandir. After the talk, Prabhupada and Maharaj was sitting in the talk. After the talk, Prabhupada started walking down the slope, and all the people who were sitting, they gave the way, they made an aisle in between, and everyone started offering obeisances to Prabhupada, right? While the Prabhupada is walking in between the aisle of devotees. So everyone is offering obeisances, and Maharaj is also there, and he's also offering obeisances. So after offering obeisances, when Maharaj stood up, looked up, Prabhupada was standing right in front of him. And Prabhupada asked him, so how long are you in Vrindavan? Prabhupada recognized him from Bombay Pandal program. And Maharaj's heartbeat increased. He thought the devotees have complained that I am staying independently in Vrindavan. Now Prabhupada is asking, since how long are you staying in Vrindavan? And what if he tells me to leave Vrindavan? So his heartbeat increased. And Maharaj said, for last 2 months. And Prabhupada said, looked into his eyes. Through the eyes he looked into his heart. Do you like Vrindavan? He said, so much. Maharaj said, Prabhupada said, Vrindavan is so nice. Prabhupada gave a broad smile. Never leave Vrindavan. Right? So therefore he immediately surrendered fully to Prabhupada, because he was more interested in the person than what a person can do. So I just pray on this auspicious day to imbibe this one quality to some extent, to love the devotees, to love all living entities, to show concern and care for them, not what they can do, but for them as a person, as part and parcel of Krishna. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Damodar Prabhu. As Ushamati Mataji makes her offering, I request Pradyumna Mishra Prabhu. Are you here? Pradyumna Mishra Prabhu, please be ready.
ठीक है. Hare Krishna. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my respectful and humble obeisances at your lotus feet on the occasion of your Vyas Puja. Srila Prabhupada appeared on this planet to save us from suffering. He has shared the most confidential knowledge with us and given us the most precious opportunity to be a part of his vision and mission. Dear Prabhupada, you endured many hardships and sacrificed a lot to fulfill the instructions of your spiritual master. You were never bogged down by the unsurmountable obstacles in your path, and despite them you moved ahead with utmost conviction and courage. On Jaladuta, when you suffered a heart attack, any normal human being would have given up in that particular situation, accepting defeat and death. But you fought back with Krishna empowering you. It was your prayer to be a puppet in the hands of the Lord and complete surrender at his lotus feet that brought you back to give hope and love of Godhead to the lost souls in the West. This would not have been possible without your unflinching faith in the holy name and unalloyed love and desire to follow in the footsteps follow the instructions of your spiritual master. Once he reached the West with a few dollars, armed with the Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam as his weapon, his resolve was undeterrable. He stormed into the hearts of Americans like Trinavarta and destroyed their anarthas. He was a one-man army who single-handedly created a spiritual revolution on this planet. Dear Srila Prabhupada, you so painstakingly translated so many books for our benefit. Even in your last days, you did not give up this task because you strongly believed that these books would keep the Krishna consciousness movement alive in the future. What a visionary you were to give that knowledge that every soul is craving for, but struggling to understand due to their contaminated state. Today, the Bhagavad Gita is available in so many languages to people all across the world. Thank you for this great treasure. I remember in those early days in Kurla, we were very enthusiastic about book distribution. And we had this, group of 15, 20 devotees who would come together every year and distribute books. So initially, there was one person, his name I would never forget, His Grace Hanumant Pran Prabhu. He was in the police, so he got us permission to be, situated near the police chowki, which was very ideally located next to the station. Initially, there were a lot of inhibitions from them, and they would, want us not to be there. But slowly, we started serving them prasadam, and they started, participating in the distribution. And when people would come and ask us, आपको कितना commission मिलता है book बेचने के लिए? And we would say, कुछ नहीं, and then we would show. So he said, what inspires you? Then we would show them the book and also the picture of Srila Prabhupada. And they would be very shocked and surprised by that. And there were these hawkers actually who would stand there. Initially, they would feel very intimidated कि हमारा जगह चला गया, अभी ये लोग आ गए. So, we can't now. So we would be just, Bhagavad Gita le lo, that type. We were standing and calling out to the people. And initially they would not allow us, but after a couple of days, they started making place for us because we used to give prasad to them also. So then they started making place for us also. And they also started, shouting, Bhagavad Gita le lo, Bhagavad Gita le lo. So it was a very wonderful experience. It's that, just Shamanand Prabhu said, the magical moment which all of us go through. So that was one of the moments for me, actually. So all of them, the police station people, the hawkers, everyone participated, and that was just because the mercy of Prasad and also the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, nothing else. So Prabhupada was selfless, courageous, intelligent, and a profound visionary who taught the language of genuine love. His Lilamrit is the most powerful and life-changing book. So thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for creating this ecosystem where devotees associate, have loving exchanges, and for simplifying the process of Krishna consciousness. This journey is difficult, but not impossible. You have given us beloved disciples, and one among them is His Holiness, is my Guru, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, whom we are very, very, it's like a benediction to have him as our Guru Maharaj, and we'll be eternally grateful for that. Another experience which I would like to share is we were having a personal conversation with one of his senior disciples, and he was sharing some pastimes of Srila Prabhupada, and he mentioned that I have never seen Krishna, but I have seen Prabhupada, and that's enough for me. So this unflinching faith and conviction and loyalty can be only inspired by Srila Prabhupada and nobody else. So on this auspicious day, I pray to you, forgive my offenses, give me an opportunity to serve, to continue serving the Vaishnavas in your mission as a servant of my Gurudev. Please bestow your blessings on me so that I do not become arrogant and I continue to have faith in the process and try to spread your glories and teachings. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Mataji was speaking about struggles. Mataji was speaking about struggles. So he's saying in a letter to Satswarup Maharaj, Vrindavan, 5th November 1972. My Guru Maharaj gave me a task, and always I was discouraged by my God brothers. But I did not forget him even for a moment, and I was determined to follow my duty, even though sometimes I did not like to do it. Pradyumna Mishra Prabhu. After Pradyumna Mishra, Prabhu will request Rohini Nandan Prabhu to kindly be ready.
Hare Krishna. So in some discussion with the youth, in recent times we were discussing, and the comment came out that there is no hope remaining to live, somebody said to a devotee, and he was feeling very dejected because of certain failures and dejection in the life. So, yesterday when we were discussing this comment, then we were pondering about what Bhagavad Gita, in Bhagavad Gita, what Lord Krishna makes a statement which are so promising and hope-giving. He makes statement like Neha Vikramana Shosti. Then he makes a Name Bhaktya Pranashyati, Susukham Kartum Avyam. So many wonderful statements Lord Krishna makes. But philosophy is at one level. We need some live example to look forward, by which we can see that example and practice it. Srila Prabhupada, in your early days, before establishing ISKCON, what all situation you faced, even today in the morning class, Braj Bihari Prabhu, he wonderfully spoke about those struggles which you had faced and how you went through. So sometimes the situation in the married life was not going well. Your business, you have to restart it 6 times. It was not going well. Apparently, it was a failure. No support from the family, friends, society, not much support even from the God brothers. Even in such a times, even in your physical difficulties, like when you are going on a Jaladuta, heart attacks. In the USA, when you went 1 year, there was no success. So all such dejections and apparent failures, you never compromise on Krishna consciousness. Forget about compromising about Krishna consciousness. You are always hopeful for Lord Krishna's mercy. So that was such a great example. As somebody said, hopelessness is very atheistic. So true by your example. You are never hopeless. You are always living for a hope for Krishna. That conviction into Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's words, that faith and compassion of Lord Krishna, you showed by your example in such a tough times. And how you took shelter of Krishna in such a adverse conditions, in such a failures. Your example was so hope-giving. That gives us more conviction and restores our faith in the practice of Krishna consciousness. Not just this in the difficult times, but we see in the other times. So just recently also, when I was speaking to somebody, so he had attended, just attended a dham, and he was just, while coming from the dham, he had a huge success, he got a good job, career, a good big hike. But unfortunately, this success and this didn't gel with his Krishna consciousness, and he reduced his practice of Krishna consciousness. So success, sometimes it becomes so distracting for somebody, only when we see that success separate from Krishna. But we see in your life, Prabhupada, you, at one time you had such apparent failures, but other times when ISKCON was spreading like anything, like a wildfire into all the continents, and you traveled all around the globe, giving this message of Krishna consciousness. You had a success at so many fronts, establishing BBT, establishing so many communities, establishing gurukuls, and so many other fronts. You had all the things, from the children's to the youth, to the married couples, to the old age peoples. Everyone was taking up this Krishna consciousness through a book, through a literature. So everyone was like coming forward. Even in that peak of success, you taught how to cope up with such a success. You never took that success as yours only, but you always gave a credit. So one time, Vishaka Mataji, she wrote a wonderful article, and that article she named as Prabhupada, India's national hero. Prabhupada, India's national hero. And when that article was given to you, you replied back to Vishaka Mataji, and you said, Prabhupada said, I'm grateful to you for your kind words about me. He was grateful. But I don't think that I have done anything. But I'm only delivering the best message as it is. Prabhupada was again and again giving credit to Lord Shri Krishna and the Guru Shishya Parampara. Anyone who is sincere devotee of Krishna and rendering service by preaching his message is to be considered a hero. He gave that definition of hero. To be a sincere devotee of Krishna and rendering service by preaching his message. And then Prabhupada said, so you all are heroes. You all are heroes. Not just national heroes. He said, you all are heroes of the humanity. You all young boys and girls who are spreading this message and sincerely practicing this Krishna consciousness. So he never took the credit. Rather, he gave back the credit and saying to all these disciples that you were sent by my Guru Maharaj to help me in this mission. In this mission. And for this says, hero means someone who other want to follow an example of best type of person. So you all become like that perfect example of Krishna conscious hero. So Prabhupada in letter, he took his humble stance, not taking credit for himself but giving credit to the others. He was grateful to Krishna and his devotees, and he had such a faith and conviction in the message of Krishna. At the same time, he was encouraging them that you are all heroes. At the same time, he said, call for action. He said, you all become like that perfect example. So call for our action to sustain this Krishna conscious practice by a perfect example. So Srila Prabhupada, you will always be a perfect example in any conditions like apparent failures and adverse conditions, or into the peak of success. You will always be a guiding pole star for all of us. Thank you very much, Srila Prabhupada. I pray for your empowerment and gratitude.
So Prabhuji was mentioning about how he encourages disciples. This is a quote from Letter to Kirtananand, San Francisco, 7th of April, 1967. Prabhupada is saying, I consider you all as representative of my Guru Maharaj to help me in this helpless condition. My godbrothers did not help me, but my spiritual master has helped me. So do not think that I can ever forget you even for a moment. Prabhupada is speaking this to his disciples. So I'll request Rohini Nandan Prabhu to make his offering. After Rohini Nandan Prabhu, I'm requesting Braj Sundari Mataji to kindly be ready.
Hare Krishna. Prabhupada, you gave meaning to my rituals and so-called spiritual activities, what I did in the early days of my life. I was running from one temple to another to see the jhankis, the jhulan. But through your teaching and through your disciples, I could understand. I'm still attending jhulan, I'm still attending Push Abhishek and also Sarat Purnima jhanki. But today I know that what is this jhanki or jhulan is for the pleasure of Sri Lord Krishna. And secondly, by seeing this jhanki, those who are attracted by the jhankis and jhulan, they get an opportunity to hear the glories of the Lord, that why we should be doing all such activities for the pleasure of the Lord. Also, Srila Prabhupada, the abhushan, जो आप पहनते हैं, जो आपकी पोशाक है, उसमें बहुत से मणि जड़े हुए हैं. और between all the jewels, what is hidden is not really seen, but seen through your action, that you have never ever forgotten your Guru Maharaj and also Sri Krishna. When there was a discussion at Mayapur Dham that where Srila Prabhupada's asana should be, a devotee mentioned that Prabhupada's asana could be right at the end and Prabhupada should be seeing the deity. Other devotee made a point that won't it be so far from Srila Prabhupada? It is not quite a distance. How will Prabhupada say? Prabhupada immediately commented, there is no question of a distance between me and Krishna. Srila Prabhupada, yesterday, a businessman who has been visiting here for last 2 decades, and he is observing certain number of devotees here who are at strategic places. And first he saw Gauranga Prabhu, Radha Krishna Prabhu and certain other devotees. And he made a comment that I have been seeing growth of this temple and the graph is up. What happens? Are you, just like any businessman, any empire thinks that there should be a second line? So I said, Prabhupada has made arrangement for 10,000 years, but from practical experience, what I personally see is that actually everything, whatever is happening in this temple is by the second line. It is through the teaching of a disciple that these second liners make the frontliner feel as if these frontliner are doing everything. So regarding the management, when Srila Prabhupada was talking about, he said, ISKCON is going to grow and it will be a large organization. And naturally, there is a requirement of management, executive management. And I have done needful, and I have divided the world in various zones. What is required, the devotee should continue, follow the principle of Krishna consciousness, and Krishna will take care. When Abhiram Prabhu was mentioning to Srila Prabhupada that I have some discussion, serious discussion at home regarding my managerial position. And my wife is telling me now, it is better that you give up management and be busy in deity worship or chanting the holy name. So Prabhupada heard him and he said, she, just like a father, he must have said, I'm sure that she is less intelligent. And then Prabhupada seriously told me, any activity of the management is a spiritual activity. Just like, from mundane point of view, Arjuna is fighting a war, but that was a complete spiritual activity. Lastly, when I think of this is my favorite hope-giving. When Srila Prabhupada was given a toilet paper by a hippie, and Prabhupada made a remark that his spiritual life has begun. Was it just an appreciation, or encouragement, or advertisement, or getting people to come by such words? I think his faith in the process of Krishna consciousness and the teaching of Sri Bhagavad Gita 2.40, Neha bhi karma natati. A little advancement in this path can save one from the greatest fear. Yesterday, we saw a large number of devotees 5 years ago, those who were encouraged to do kalash. And they probably may be having question in their mind, I'm offering water or milk. The same set of devotees, those who 5-6 years ago were rendering service to help 500 other kalash devotees. So I'm talking about the South Bombay devotees who had completely taken charge of the service of. So how a little service when we start, and how Krishna reciprocate by giving us more services. And then, yesterday again, I was just contemplating, one reporter when asked Srila Prabhupada, she said that you have very inferior roles for women. So Prabhupada said, what is his word is, we give equal roles spiritually. Prabhupada went on to say, just like one is master, materially speaking, one is master and there is a servant, one is father, then there is son, and there is a man, there is a woman. You are wearing white, I am wearing saffron, there is a guru and disciple. You cannot stop all this. There has to be. But what he said, how can you stop all this? Spiritually, they are all equal. So we just saw that each one has a role, like children during Janmashtami time were engaged in performing dramas, painting competition, dance, sloka reciting, singing. Mothers had the role, busy in the kitchen, frying kachoris. And then brahmachari giving philosophy and taking temple management. And the grahasthas were engaged in doing different kinds of service and raising fund for Krishna. And also youngsters were engaged according to their propensity, playing mridanga or kartal or singing. So each one of us has opportunity. The Prabhupada talks about equality. So we are very, very fortunate, Prabhupada, that we got this opportunity through you to be an instrument in your movement. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. As Braj Sundari Mataji makes her offering, I'll request Sridama Prabhu kindly be ready. After Sridama Prabhu, I'll request Rasik Raman Prabhu to kindly be ready.
My most beloved Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to you, all glories to this glorious Guru Parampara. I'm feeling so grateful to have this fortune of getting to stand in front of you. For a few moments on this auspicious day, to express my gratitude. Actually, standing here in front of you and in front of the Parampara, I'm feeling so overwhelmed, Srila Prabhupada. I'm feeling so small, but even though feeling small, I'm feeling so strong to know the good fortune that is being bestowed upon me by allowing me to be part of this glorious mission. Dear Srila Prabhupada, this beautiful setup actually reminds me of two very important things. One is what you always told us, what you represent. You always said that you simply are a representative of Guru Parampara. You said, I'm simply repeating the words of my Guru Maharaj. I recollect one incident that I heard in a class many years back, wherein one person after Srila Prabhupada's discourse is in a very challenging mood, is questioning to Srila Prabhupada, you are saying you are simply repeating the words of your Guru, so what is your contribution? What have you done? And Srila Prabhupada very calmly and very humbly replied to him, nothing. I'm just repeating the words of my spiritual master. So Srila Prabhupada, this spirit of yours actually assures that the message that is coming down is completely unadulterated and so pure. Second thing that reminds me, seeing this setup, is what you want us to be. Once a disciple told you that, Srila Prabhupada, you are the 13th Mahajan, and you said you are 14th. So, what you have undergone for our sake to give us the teachings of Parampara, only with one expectation, that we take these words, these teachings seriously, imbibe in our lives, strive to practice them with purity, and just pass on to others, share this good fortune with others so that we can connect more and more souls back to Shri Radha Gopinath, which will bring smile on the face of our spiritual masters, on your face, on the face of the Parampara leading up to the lotus faces of Shri Radha Gopinath. Today on this day, I beg at your lotus feet to bless me, that although I carry loads of conditionings, let that not become an obstacle in taking your teachings, the teachings of Parampara, seriously in my life, maintain the purity in my practices, and share the pure message to whomever I can in my little capacity. Also, please bless me, Srila Prabhupada, that I can serve all your servants by becoming a cooperator and a humble servant in their service to you and the Parampara. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna.
After Sridhama Prabhu speaks, Rasik Raman Prabhu has a presentation.
Hare Krishna. So we are all very fortunate to be part of this very special occasion, which is the end of the 125th anniversary of Srila Prabhupada birth. And this is of course called, I was just trying to find out what is the 125th year called. We have 100 years, it's called centennial. What is the 125th year called? And it is called quasquicentennial. So we are part of this very special quasquicentennial year of, it's getting over of course, we're starting 126th year. And while many of us will remember that we were part of the centennial celebrations, and now we are part of the 125th celebrations. Hopefully, we are also part of the 150th celebrations together, which is, of course, called the sesquicentennial celebrations. Just some piece of information. While it is, I felt it was very important to really recognize the intense absence we are feeling of some of the very prominent devotees who were with us in the centennial and who are unfortunately not with us in the 125th year. Prominent among them, of course, we all know His Grace Mahaprabhu Prabhu, His Grace Vamsidhar Prabhu, His Grace Murari Hari Prabhu. But while we find great happiness by being together and we miss them, we are all sure that they are eternally with Srila Prabhupada, celebrating this same day up together, glorifying his appearance. So I take this opportunity to really offer my respects to Prabhupada and of course this very, very special devotees whom we are very intensely missing today. What I would like to just briefly speak about some of these very unique qualities of Prabhupada that you have, which really makes you the way you are sitting very prominently in this whole beautiful setup. Srila Prabhupada, one special quality you have is independently strong-minded. I was just trying to find a word, independently strong-minded. It is usually seen, we have this innate, Indians have this innate tendency to really worship and like everything Western, right? I'm sure we all grew up, I said, foreign ka hai, foreign. So I was wondering, foreign is a place, but was P-H-O-R-E-N, foreign. So originally I thought it was foreign, means it must be a place, we all love it. And many of Prabhupada's godbrother also, they did send their disciples to foreign land, but there was a slight difference. They, in their mind, felt that Western world is quite advanced. But Prabhupada, in his own words, he says, the difference between me and other Swamis, Prabhupada said once, is that they started off by calling the West advanced. I started off by calling them rascals. So Prabhupada was not really fascinated by foreign things. There's a beautiful story. Prabhupada was going in I think in the streets of Calcutta in a car, the horn stopped working. And Calcutta streets, you cannot drive without the horn. So Prabhupada was, a jugad, was an expert. So he said, take out a plate and a spoon, and they were doing ting, 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 ting. So one devotee was outside in the window doing ting, 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 ting. And they were moving the car. The car was going. Prabhupada said, after the ride, he said, now the Indians will think that this is something Western. So they will all, even though they have horns, they will do ting, 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 ting. So that's how, of course, so this was very, very interesting quality of Prabhupada, independently strong-minded. He had a very clear understanding. Another very unique quality, of course, kindness, Karuna Sindhu, Krishna is called, and Prabhupada is definitely no less. So Prabhupada was asked by a guest, I would like to ask Swami, would you pray for me? It's just a simple, ordinary guest. It is not even a devotee. Just asking him to pray. So Prabhupada couldn't hear it. So Jaitirth Maharaj was translating, Prabhupada, he wants you to pray for him. And what did Prabhupada reply? Very interesting and very hope-giving for all of us. Please, my dear friends, this is not just for this guest. It is saying, I am praying for everyone. That is my business. Otherwise, why have I come here? So here Prabhupada is sitting here. What is he doing? He is praying for all of us. Right? So we should all have full faith that that is Prabhupada's business, to pray for, and that's his kindness. Prabhupada's another quality is his well-wisher. And of course, Prabhupada, well-wisher, what is the connection? Prabhupada always ends his letter saying, your ever well-wisher. So Prabhupada said, your ever well-wisher, as such, I cannot become otherwise than being ever well-wisher of my disciples, even though they may leave me. Now this is called real kindness and well-wishing. Prabhupada writes, I will well-wisher, but he said, even if they leave me, but I cannot stop being a well-wisher. A very, very hope-giving letter to Jadurani Mataji, 1969. I have already replied to Jadurani regarding her offenses. I do not remember when she committed offenses. I even thought she might have, and even though she might have done it, I excuse her 100 times without any hesitation. She has nothing to bother about it. So, Prabhupada is so kind, profusely kind. How many offenses we would have committed, or we continue to commit to Srila Prabhupada, to our spiritual masters, and of course, Western way of living, so many difficulties. We have example of Prabhupada's first yagya. I think it happened today, the first initiations, yeah. This is the anniversary. The first initiation happened on the next, I think you quoted in your class. And, Prabhupada said, bow down. And they didn't understand bow down. So they all started blowing on the fire. Poo, poo, poo. And all the fire is thrown at Prabhupada. And things like that. Small, stupid things. But Prabhupada just kept on forgiving this, and many grave things. Prabhupada is sitting in a room. He gets a courier. He gets a big parcel. And he opens the parcel and he sees a big sannyas danda. And somebody has sent his sannyas danda, is writing a letter that I have given up my sannyas. And here is, I written my danda. So obviously, so many reasons to Prabhupada who say, what is this? I have given sannyas, how can he give up? Prabhupada, what does he do? He appreciates him. See, he's a nice person. At least he has given his sannyas danda back. Yeah? Not to laugh, but this is, glorious. Right? And the last, very important, and the reason why most of us find ourselves here is the power of Srila Prabhupada's desire. This is very interesting. The Prabhupada has a very, very powerful desiring potency. What you call Satya Sankalpa. Then when he makes some Sankalpa, he had this powerful potency, and Prabhupada would achieve that. So Prabhupada is sitting, is having a conversation, please, and it's a very, very touching conversation in 1977, just few days before he departs. Prabhupada is sitting, he said, I am simply dreaming and you are actually in the field. This is when Prabhupada was just lying. I am simply dreaming. Krishna Maharaj says, yes, but that's what we are, but that's because we are in your dreams. If you weren't dreaming like this, we would be in the material field. And then Jayadeva Maharaj says, Prabhupada, you are just like Mahavishnu Maharaj, Mahavishnu, lying on the causal ocean, just dreaming. What does Mahavishnu do? We all heard recently presentation by Pavaneshwar Prabhu. What does he do? He just lies in his ocean, in the causal ocean. What is he just lying? And similarly, Prabhupada, you are simply lying, but ISKCON is spreading like anything. Things are really happening, wonderfully. So Prabhupada's desire was very, 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 very strong, and we should all have this, that whatever he desired, he achieved it. that Satya Sankalpa potency that that Krishna gave was very, very strong, Prabhupada. And just the last point about Prabhupada never made a mistake. I mean, to err is human, we say, right? But what to talk of people who are not humans? Because that means they don't err. So Prabhupada, two examples, or many examples, sitting in the rice paddy field, he said, we should have an international headquarters here. And devotees were saying, what are you talking? I mean, even now Mayapur is such a difficult place, comparatively. You're talking about 1970s, Prabhupada saying, this is the headquarters, it was only rice paddies. But he was right. Prabhupada is working very hard for the Jew temple. And it was absolutely a lost game. I mean, there's no hope. But still, Prabhupada said, no, I want to fight. I want to make sure that we get the land back to Radha Ras Bihari. And then Prabhupada said it was a nice fight at the end. Why? Because he knew it. He never made any mistakes. He was very clear. So Prabhupada, when he says something, disciples realize that we may argue, but we simply realize that we simply have to do what he says and it will be successful for sure. There is no doubt about it. So let's not have doubt in what Prabhupada and his representatives tell us. And that is another very beautiful quality of Srila Prabhupada. So, with this, I would like to just thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for really giving meaning to our life, really giving meaning to everything that we do, really being that salt in every preparation of our life. Thank you very, very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Sri Rama Prabhu. So we come to the last part of our ceremony today. We have a presentation by Rasik Ramana Prabhu. After that, we'll read His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj's offering, and then we'll conclude with Guru Puja. So this is basically, Rohini Nandan Prabhu was talking about the second level of leadership. And there is an ISKCON GBC College for Leadership Development. They are training leaders who will lead ISKCON. So at one point of time, they wanted to know Srila Prabhupada's principles for leadership development. What does Prabhupada want in future leaders? So for that task, Rasik Raman Prabhu from our temple, he went through all of Prabhupada's teachings, listed them down. So he has more than 51 leadership themes across 4 areas of self-leadership, people leadership, organizational leadership, and spiritual leadership. So Prabhuji has compiled more than 1,000 quotes from Srila Prabhupada's teachings, books, lectures, conversations, letters, biographies, etc. This is 30 color pages of Srila Prabhupada with relevant quotes, and His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj and His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj, both of them are trustees of GBC College. They will speak a few words about this book, and after that Rasik Raman Prabhu will speak a few words. This is actually being offered by the GBC College to Srila Prabhupada on the Vyas Puja today. So we'll request the video offering.
So, my advice to you, I'm old man, so even I may not return, you shall continue this Krishna consciousness movement. And I shall request you to keep the standard as I have already given you, the program, the deity worship, the kirtan, the street sankirtan, distribution of literature, books. You should carry on this program with great enthusiasm. That is my request. I have given them standard, my instruction in my book. So live according to that.
Relevant informations and instructions from Srila Prabhupada had been very wonderfully compiled by Rasika Raman Prabhu. And I was so impressed seeing that. I felt that it came to me in a spiral-bound presentation. And I thought that it must be printed as a book, because this is something that should become our constant companion. Prabhupada's instructions about how to manage the affairs of the institution and also how to protect the institution of ISKCON, how to guide the institution, how to lead the institution.
I am
so very grateful.
I'll request Krishna Chandra Prabhu to kindly make this offering to Srila Prabhupada, and I'll request Rasik Raman Prabhu to kindly speak a few words. Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. This book is available in our gift shop, so kindly have a look. Also, the official email from RGM secretary has already been sent. So the Kindle version, the Amazon version, the links are already provided to all the congregation members.
Hare Krishna, I am feeling so grateful and humbled to be present before all the devotees and see this book being offered to Srila Prabhupada. It was the year 2015, January, and the GBC College for Leadership Development, this initiative was starting because the senior Prabhupada disciples, they wanted a succession plan in place for the next generation to take up leadership. And the discussion was that Srila Prabhupada personally trained his disciples. He had this system where one of his senior devotees would serve as his personal secretary for 1 month, and then Prabhupada would personally train them in various aspects of spiritual life and also organization and leadership. So that training they had received, but now they wanted the senior GBC members, they wanted this to pass on to the next generation, and they officially instituted this GBC College for Leadership Development, and in the year 2015. And as part of that, I was part of the curriculum team, and so just as part of that, we compiled this quotations of Prabhupada on leadership themes. And I went to Juhu to invite His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. Gaurang Prabhu had asked me to go there and invite Maharaj to come for the residential in March 2015. So I invited, and Maharaj very graciously agreed to come. And he looked at the compilation and he said, I will go through it. After 1 week, Gaurang Prabhu got a call from Maharaj saying that I am liking this compilation so much. Why is it in the form of a spiral bound? It should be printed as a book. Do you mind if So do you mind if I get it printed as a book and get it for the college? So, and then I also got a call from Maharaj's secretary that, do you have any problem? I said, I will be a problem. So then Maharaj, actually there were 3 weeks remaining, and Maharaj got it personally ensured that BBT Mayapur printed it in time and sent it to the Govardhan Eco Village for the college. And so very, very grateful to His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj to, otherwise it would have been just another spiral bound, but he brought it so that we could all take this advantage of Prabhupada's beautiful quotations. And for every aspect of a devotee's life, personally and in interaction with others, and also leading the movement or preaching, these instructions are so very deep, and it is said, Dharmasya Tattvam Nihitam Guhaya Mahajana Yena Gatasu Pantha, that the essence of religious spiritual principles, it is in the heart of devotees, but we cannot look into the heart of the devotees. What we can do is Mahajana Yena Gatasu Pantha, we can just follow their footsteps, and those footsteps are in the form of these instructions. So for example, one thing which we as devotees are kind of having this dilemma of how to make priorities in life. So Prabhupada is sharing, one devotee asked about whether deity worship is there, lecturing in colleges is there, book distribution is there. So should we do everything? So Prabhupada says in this letter to Adikeshwar Prabhu, he says, these things must be done, deity worship, lecturing in college, book distribution, very nicely. Not that we should do one thing at the sacrifice of another. The thing is, we should have a little common sense in all these activities. The example can be given that women by nature do not forget to dress very nicely, although always engaged in household affairs. So do all of them. So that's how Prabhupada made it so practical. And how taking care of one's own body and health. So Prabhupada writes to His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj in 1968, your body is dedicated to Krishna. Therefore, you should not be neglectful about it. You should always think that your body is no more your body, but it is Krishna's body. Therefore, you should take care of it. So this is so very helpful to understand how Prabhupada emphasized that devotees don't neglect their personal health. Another quotation about this movement is about Tapo Divyam. For purification, we have all come here to get purified. And a part of purification is someone correcting us if we are doing something wrong. So Prabhupada says, what is this art of correction? Prabhupada is saying, just like a small child, you slap the child, he is crying. While crying also with the words, mommy, 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 because there is love. So he's saying, just like you are, a whole society is carrying my order, not because I am a superior person, because there is love. I can also become bold enough to chastise you, but you also, in whatever condition, you carry my order due to the basic principle of love. And our whole philosophy is love. We are just trying to learn how to love Krishna, that's all. So here Prabhupada is sharing that when there is love, even that correction, we take in the right spirit. And also Prabhupada's spirit of chasing the rhinos, thinking big. So in terms of preaching, that is the mission that we all have been given to carry out the mission of Lord Chaitanya, Srila Prabhupada, and how Prabhupada would think in terms of spreading it on a very, very large, big extent. In this letter to Janardhan, 1968, he writes, in the meantime, we are trying to get membership in the United Nations, NGO membership. And if we are fortunate enough to get this membership, then we shall be able to attract the heads of all nations in this important movement. Our program for Krishna consciousness is solid, backed by the most authoritative literatures, Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. There is no question of our not being popular to the world. Simply, we have to present ourselves in true perspective. We can challenge any rascals of the world by this. So Prabhupada is so confident that this movement can conquer the world. And another perspective to we are of increasing, spreading this movement is also consolidating and creating that maintenance of the devotees who are there, that the Krishna consciousness is maintained. So in another room conversation, Prabhupada is saying in Vrindavan in July 1977, then what is the preaching? Alexander the Great. He was conquering, and as soon he went to the conquer another place, the last place was lost. Suppose I have conquered Bombay, then I go to Karachi. In the meantime, Bombay is lost. That was being done by Alexander the Great. Means no proper management. Just like British Empire lost, they could not manage. Now I have given my program, you tackle. At least don't make me Alexander the Great in my lifetime. And Prabhupada laughs. All of you are saying, you are great, you are great, you are great. But don't make me small like this. So these are very beautiful instructions of Srila Prabhupada, and he has given this legacy of this wonderful movement. And he has given the seed and the formula by which we could ourselves nourish ourselves and spread this movement by being Srila Prabhupada Anugas. So here is a quote where he says, your task ahead is very huge, but it will be quite simple and easy if you simply do as I am doing. You must become conversant in every feature wherever it is needed throughout the society. Our first business is to preach to the devotees and to maintain the highest standard of Vaishnava education. So this is the first business, that the devotees have the highest standard of Vaishnava culture and education, and we preach among the devotees. And then Prabhupada says management must be there as well. Just as I am preaching daily from Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, but I am also going to the bank, making investments, seeing the trial balance, making letters, seeing things are going on like that. So this was a letter to Hridayanand Maharaj. And Srila Prabhupada has indicated that for our personal success in spiritual life and for the growth and expansion of the movement, the very simple formula is just follow in these divine footsteps. And today I offer this very small prayer that I can follow in the footsteps of those advanced devotees who are following in the footsteps of Srila Prabhupada and serve all of you. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada.
So now we'll request Dwarkadesh Prabhu to read His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj's offering to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. So thank you for giving this honor to read Gurudev's blessed words. Even though, of course, physically he is not here today, he is overseas, but we all know that the spirit of his love for all of us and this temple permeates every corner of this holy place. So we are very blessed to not have him physically here today, but his Vani is with us today. And how he feels for his beloved spiritual master will be inspirational for all of us to hear. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my sincerest obeisances. I pray to forever offer my body, mind, and the soul in your service. As I reflect upon my life for the past 51 years since I first met you, my heart fills with gratitude and joy. Through both the pleasant and the stormy times, your teachings and example have remained a constant shelter. Bitter conflicts, heartbreaking disappointments, and ideological disputes are everywhere in the world. Dreadful diseases, mental anguish, and natural disasters are filling people's lives with uncertainty. The influence of Kali Yuga seems to leave no stone unturned, even within the society of devotees. In this turbulent sea of material perplexities, your words and example give us shelter and provide a perfect compass to lead us always towards Krishna, the absolute truth and the goal of life. As the years pass, the limitations of old age and the nearness of death are right before our eyes. The increasing occurrences of our most beloved Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis disappearing from the physical world are now inseparable from the experience of living. Yet, you have given us the gift of Krishna consciousness, wherein we can know that Krishna's ever-loving hand is reaching out to us in all situations. We need only to recognize His mercy and surrender to receiving it. As we grow on the path of bhakti, we are gaining deeper realizations of the glorious place that you are taking us to. You have entrusted to us the eternal message that happiness of hearing and chanting Krishna's names and glories while engaging in devotional service with sincere devotees is the highest reality. The rules and regulations that you mercifully gave us are to protect us from the implications and distractions that draw our minds away from the joys of devotional service. You have given us a day-to-day way of living wherein our immortal souls may pass through this mortal world on a journey into Krishna's loving service. I am forever grateful. This year, 2022, we celebrate the 100th anniversary of a historic moment that would forever change the world. In 1922, in Kolkata, you first met His Divine Grace, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Srila Prabhupada, at his residence on a rooftop at the first Gaudiya Math on Ultadanga Junction Road. 1 century ago, at this meeting, you were given the instruction to take the teachings of Lord Chaitanya to the whole world in English language. You accepted this order as your life and your soul. Years later, while residing in Vrindavan in a small rented room, you prepared for your mission by beginning your English translations and purports to the Srimad Bhagavatam. This was a humble beginning for your legacy of circulating the most Vedic literatures in history. Here in Vrindavan, you daily prayed at the Samadhi of Sri Rupa Goswami for his blessings to fulfill the impossible order that you had been given. The miracle of your dedication, sacrifice, and compassion has fulfilled the prophecy that has been cultivated through the ages by the greatest Vaishnava Acharyas. You have fulfilled a dream cherished by all our Acharyas of our parampara. This year, for your pleasure, Srila Prabhupada, this original temple at Lutadanga Junction in Kolkata, where you first met your Guru Maharaj and received his order, has been procured and renovated. It was inaugurated on the Vyas Puja day of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur by the devotees of ISKCON, Kolkata. The building has been restored as far as possible to its original design, materials, and atmosphere. We are hoping that it will be an intimate place of pilgrimage for all your followers to come and meditate upon your divine grace. It is our hope that this sacred place may also help unite the greater Vaishnava community. Srila Prabhupada, in the past year, ISKCON Kolkata has inaugurated a memorial and pilgrimage site at the exact place you took birth in 1896 under the historic jackfruit tree. We will be striving in the days to come to develop this memorial in a way that devotees and sincere people from all backgrounds throughout the world will come to celebrate your glorious appearance and your pastimes of pure devotion and compassion. In this way, Kolkata will truly become a gateway to Mayapur and to the temple, the Vedic planetarium, according to your desire. I pray for the sincerity to wholeheartedly beg for your mercy and assist you in your glorious service to the parampara of Sri Guru and Gauranga. Your servant, Radhanath Swami. Srila Prabhupada ki.
Thank you, Dwarkadish Prabhu, for reading this offering. Now we'll have Pushpanjali. So we'll have devotees distributing flowers to all of you. Please make sure that you take those flowers and divide it into 3 parts, because we offer Pushpanjali in 3 parts. And please don't throw those flowers at Prabhupada. After offering, keep them with you. We'll have a devotee collect those flowers, and then all those flowers will collectively be offered to Srila Prabhupada here. So I'll request Gaur Vilas Prabhu to offer Pushpanjali, and we can all stand up and we can offer these flowers to Srila Prabhupada. After that, there will be Guru Puja, and then there is Mahaprasadam for everyone.
Om Ajnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Tadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guruho Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Iti Namine Shri Varshabhanavi Devi Daitaya Kripabdhaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prabhave Namaha Madhuro Yojjvala Premadhya Shri Rupa Nuga Bhaktida Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani श्रीमूर्तये दीनतारिणे रूपानुगा विरुद्ध अपसिद्धान्तध्वान्तहारिणे नमो गौरकिशोराय साक्षात् वैराग्यमूर्तये विप्रलम्बरसाम्भोदे पादाम्बुजायते नमः नमो भक्तिविनोदाय सच्चिदानन्दनामिने गौरशक्तिस्वरूपाय रूपानुगवरायते गौराविर्भावभूमेस्त्वं निर्दिष्टसज्जनप्रियः वैष्णवः सार्वभौमः श्रीजगन्नाथाय ते नमः वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपासिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः नमो महावदन्याय कृष्णप्रेमप्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्णचैतन्य नाम्ने गौरत्विषे नमः पञ्चतत्त्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूपस्वरूपकं भक्तावतारं भक्ताख्यं नमामि भक्तशक्तिकम् हे कृष्णा करुणा सिंधो दीनबंधु जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमोस्तुते जयतां सुरतो पंगो मम मंदमतेर्गति मत्सर्वस्वपदाम्भोजौ राधा मदन मोहनो दिव्या वृंदारण्य कल्पद्रुमादः श्रीमद्रत्नागार सिंहासनस्थौ श्रीमद्राधा श्रीलगोविन्ददेवौ प्रेष्ठालिभिः सेव्यमानौ स्मरामि श्रीमान् रासरसारम्भी वंशीवटतटस्थितः कर्षणवेणुस्वनैर्गोपी गोपीनाथः श्रियेस्तु नः तप्तकाञ्चन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. Now we'll offer Pranati to Srila Prabhupada. So devotees can offer in 3 portions, flowers to Srila Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shanyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shanyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shanyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali. Jagat Guru, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Gurudev, 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 Gurudev. Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Sri Padma Kevala Bhakati Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. वंदो मुई सावधान मते वंदो मुई सावधान मते जहर प्रसादे भाई ए भवतरिया जाय जा ए भवतरिया जहर प्रसादे भाई ए भवतरिया जाय प्रसाद कृष्ण प्राप्ति होय जहाँ होते कृष्ण प्राप्ति होय जहाँ होते गुरुमुख पद्म वाक्य चित्ते ते कोरिया ऐक्या गुरुमुख पद्म वाक्य चित्ते गुरुमुख पद्म वाक्य चित्ते ते कोरिया ऐक्या पद्म वाक्य चित्ते ते कोरिया ऐक्या आरना करी मने आशा करी मने आशा आरना करी मने आशा श्री गुरु चरणे रति ऐसे उत्तम गति श्री गुरु चरणे रति ऐसे उत्तम गति श्री गुरु चरणे रति ऐसे उत्तम गति श्री गुरु रति ऐसे उत्तम गति जे प्रसादे पूरे सर्व आशा पूरे सर्व आशा चक्षुदान दिलो जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से दान दिलो जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से चक्षुदान दिलो जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से दान दिलो जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशितो दिव्य हृदय प्रकाशितो दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशितो दिव्य ज्ञान प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश जाते भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश जाते भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश वेदे गाय जहाँ रचरितो वेदे वेदे गाय जहाँ रचरितो जहाँ श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनार बंधु श्री करुणा सिंधु अधम जनार श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनार बंधु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनार लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवाना लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवाना लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवाना लोकेर जीवाना आहा प्रभु करो दया देहो मोरे पद छाया प्रभु करो देहो मोरे पद आहा प्रभु करो दया देहो मोरे पद छाया करो दया देहो मोरे पद एबे यश घोषुक त्रिभुवाना एबे घोषुक त्रिभुवाना एबे यश घोषुक त्रिभुवाना एबे श्रील प्रभुपाद पतित पवना प्रभुपाद पतित पवना जयो प्रभुपदा 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 जय प्रभुपदा 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 जय प्रभु प्रभुपाद 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 नमो ओम विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामिनिति नामिने ओम विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारी जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद श्री कृष्ण हरे कृष्णा 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 रे हरे हरे राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. अभी आपको साथ में रहना है, अभी आपको साथ में रहना है। Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ramo 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 Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ramo 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ramo Ram Ram Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jai Gurudev. Jaya Guru Deva Srila Prabhupada, Guru Deva Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Gurudev, 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 Jai Gurudev. Jai Gaur Premanande. Jayom Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrgacharya Ashtotar Sthit A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Savior of the whole world Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Ananda Koti Vaishnava Vrind ki jai. Naam Acharya Shridas Thakur ki jai. प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की ब्रजभूमि वृंदावन धाम की मथुरा धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की मायापुर धाम की गंगा माई की यमुना माई की तुलसी देवी की भक्ति देवी की सामवेद भक्त वृंद की निताई गौर प्रेमानंदे Nitai Gaur Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki.
होंगे वो भी पता नहीं आया कि नहीं आया। जितना लेना अभी ले लो। ठीक है, सीधा पसंद को दे दो। 9 बज के हो गए भाई, 9:15 बज गए। दर्शन करने के लिए आए ना, तो जल्दी हो गया तो किधर वापस रिटर्न नहीं कर सकते। आपको पता उधर से ही होता है। प्रसाद है वो प्रसाद के लिए ये प्रसाद के लिए बंद है। आप लोग इधर ही
प्रसाद के लिए उधर जा रहे हैं सब।
नहीं है घर पे